Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/ForTalksMounty. And if you are watching YouTube and like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe. And I don't see if you leave a dislike, and so on. I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me check the sound. Okay, let's see the sound, let's see the sound. Here we go. Hello, BCG. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well, and thank you for the hydrate. Let me get the game up and rolling. I hope you're doing well. Alright, and get the game here. Moving away from music and over to game. I'm doing pretty good. Although, I do think I don't know. I'm doing decent. I am doing decent. I'm sleepy. You know how it is. It is the middle of the night. Here. Go. Alright, let's continue where we left off. I'm glad to hear you're doing alright, by the way. Oh, Boone's gonna have to go eat. I was like trying to make sure that as I adjusted, I wasn't gonna like run him over with the chair. It sometimes gets a little closer than I'd rather it be. Cause he'll sit like right under the wheels. You know? This is an old office chair. Probably should have given him more food, but... Alright, so let's see. Today, I have to decide what I'm doing. I did finish the outside. Yeah, hiccups. Oh. Then go somewhere. Alright, so I did mostly finish this last time. Yeah. I think the sun is getting ready to set. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to move that fox. Right in my crops. I feel bad because I don't wanna. But things we could do. I mean, we could explore. Maybe. Or I can work on more of this. Potentially. I need to eat something. What have I got that I can... You know what? Let's eat a fruit skewer. I only mostly just keep those because I... Alright. Or we could work on more of this, but we could... It kind of depends on, like, what you guys want. Like, you know, you're here, BCG. You get the ability to choose what am I doing today. Do I wander off in a random direction and just hope we find something? Do I work on trying to fill out the wall here? Or technical wall? Do I build? I did build last time. I'm good either way, honestly. Like I said, I mean, I know it's probably nowhere near soon, but I'm probably gonna have to end up starting over soon anyway. It has started to get a little glitchy when I try to play. Which, I mean, to be fair to the game, like, that's... What? It's fine. How are you, Tomas? If you're... I know you say you're fine, but are you sure? Yeah, I wanna... I like... I mean, I like the idea of building more here, but I do... I mean, I've already accepted the fact that I'm almost definitely gonna have to start a new world at some point soon. I was hoping to be able to last till, like, the version 2, got it added in, but it has started chugging a little, and I mean, again, considering how far out I've gone and everything, I think it's fair, you know? Ah, fair enough. I'm fine. Thank you for asking. And I'm sorry to hear that, but I think I think that's for the best, right? Probably. Mm. Yeah, take that. Alright, but yeah, we could try and explore somewhere random. Um, hmm. See, I'm still not sure what I want to do, because I don't know what direction to go. I have technically gone north, but I could try and wander back and forth a little bit to try and find something more. I know there's plenty of things I just haven't found, including horses. And I don't think it's just because, like, no, I was thinking I probably do want to try out some mods at some point. But as I had said before, I just was literally starting with the base vanilla experience. Like I said, I wanted to see how the game ran and everything, and I was comparing it to vanilla Minecraft because I play vanilla Minecraft. And I would say, I mean, it does hold itself up well. And as I've said, it's not like a, But yeah, no, I mean, that's, like I said, that's part of why I had wanted to start with, because I like modded, but I wanted to see, did I like the vanilla game? Like, I do like Minecraft. I like modded Minecraft better in a lot of ways, although it's kind of hard to find a modded version that's just kind of allows you to wander around. So, I mean, that's just kind of where I started. Um, well, there's technically not a late game yet, in that sense. I know. I mean, if you have any, yeah. Well, I think here's where I would go. I think beyond that, it has a much clearer vision as to where it wanted to go. I feel like because this has basically gone back to scratch, it's a lot easier for them to implement what they wanted, you know? Whereas with Minecraft, I feel like because it's, well, it continues to try and go in different directions but has no specific, like, base to try and work off of. I kind of feel like that's the bigger difference between them. Like, we know that someday, at some point, we will get an actual story. Yeah. I'm just saying, even beyond that, it's basically gotten kind of even more muddled. Like, I do feel like the Nether update and the Caves and Cliffs felt like they were trying to kind of focus trade going towards something more potentially even lore related kind of thing, you know? Include to encourage, more adventuring and all that, and then it kind of just went kaputs with the next one. Because while they added archaeology, the archaeology was much more vague than what it could rather, even it's how it was originally kind of presented. So I'm even saying like modern Minecraft, not just like base Minecraft. Because I do feel like, well, yes, base Minecraft was vague. I would also say that it still had some idea of what it wanted to be, whereas modern Minecraft feels much more like they can't decide what they want. Do they want a game that's all about adventuring? Do they want a game that focuses heavily on having to make 1,000 farms? Do they want a game that... Well, I'm sure it does. I'm just saying, like, you have to make certain decisions. And as far as I could see with the current developers, they want their cake and they want to eat it too. I'm not saying this as a negative, well, completely negative thing, but I do feel like it does hinder the game. That's what and as I said, I appreciate that this one, they clearly knew what they wanted, and so they stuck with that. I think that's a good thing. It's better to kind of have your premise and just stick to your premise. In the case of Minecraft, Minecraft clearly would either be survival or a sandbox game. If it's meant to be more of a sandbox game, you need to focus on having the ability to not have to play in a, like, it's rather than like trying to make people play a specific way, you need to focus on allowing anyone who wants to play a specific way to be able to. Oh yeah. Beyond that, I'm gonna guess they realized they had to have some focus, right? Because you can't just have things kinda, yeah. It has no story or guidance or info or even really anything. I really do think that a big part of it, though, like I said, is just it's. How do I put this? I feel like the biggest issue that modern Minecraft really has, and I'm saying modern because I don't really think. I would say potentially even with Caves and Cliffs, and definitely the Nether update, is they become too ambitious, but then they don't want to add everything afterward, right? And so basically you end up with lackluster updates at the end of the day, or they end up basically trying to capitulate to one side while ignoring everyone else, right? Despite not stating that no, it's no longer meant to be a sandbox game at this point. If they were to state they want to return back to their survival roots, right? I think that would be one thing. They've never stated that. And yet, things that they have said, like they don't like how mending works and stuff, it's like, well, then just introduce things that you have to choose and or mending, right? Just like with Infinity, yet they don't want to do that either. In reality, it's a mess because, like I said, they want to eat their cake, they want to have it, and then they want to also eat it. And I do think that that is foolish. Long term. And I wouldn't say it's something that I would say was the case necessarily with past updates until really, I would say probably just after the Nether update. To some extent. Like if you look at it, because even with another update, it kind of still made some sense. I try to make it so that you can choose to interact with things or not, right? Right. But then it's like, I would say a good comparison is the villager. They wanted to do the villager update, which I still feel like is wow. And the more you think about it, the more it should be like, really? That was your idea. Kind of thing, right? Mind you, I don't think it's necessarily wrong to have some form. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, that is their problem. They want to have their cake, then they also want to eat it. Yeah, but they still keep they keep updating it and clearly waiting for people to realize that it's actually a great thing after all. I still am left with, so they want to create a uh, transcontinental um, slave trade with villagers and potential eugenics and all this other stuff. Because that's really what that would be when you take it into account what it really would have been with the what they wanted to do instead. I honestly still am left with, I think that they could have done something like have it be the wood types, you know, because you can have a wandering trader bring you the saplings. So even if you don't have the new areas as they would be, you could still get the woods. And that way, that's at least some way if you want to have it be more both exact or but still encourage adventuring earlier on, right? That's the kind of thing I would think would be better rather than going effectively making savannah villagers the worst thing ever to have. I still can't believe that. Like, what were they thinking? Because their book trades were just kind of crap. And would have fewer trades on Bedrock. But that's the kind of thing I would say to look at. It's like, yeah, they don't like villager trading. But instead of trying to figure out a way to kind of have a realistic mitigation, right? I mean, that would be fine. Honestly, I think wandering traders should have more use. And that'd be one way to kind of go about it. Let's go in there. No. What's the point of having junk? I don't know. I guess technically I can chuck it, but, you know. Well, these are just literally cans. I do think these should probably be able to toss. Whatever. Let's close it. That become a bottle. It's nifty. But no, I think wandering traders, one of the things that I was left with is wandering traders are one of your only ways you can get sand and have it be renewable, right? I personally think they should up the chance of getting sand. If they want to encourage there to be some way, right, that is renewable, but they don't want to introduce something akin to, like, yeah, akin to like pigs and bartering or something, that would be a way to handle it. After all, it ironically is one of their most useful trades. Because if you can't find a desert, well, now you have your way to get sand and you have your way to get cactus. But those trades have, especially with the new trades, seem to have been like lowered the chance of getting them even more, which is kind of insane to think about. But by the way, they also have red sand too. One of the only ways to be able to potentially get those and have them be renewable, yet they don't focus in on things like that and instead focus in on, which are actual issues. They focus in on, well, this specific tiny subset of players doesn't like mending. And, you know, instead of just not using it, they demand it just be removed from the game. But the thing is, like, they could add toggles if they really want to do that as well. This is something I find crazy. Yeah. No, I get you saying. Just about anything that allows you to turn basically cobble into eventually sand or dirt definitely can be, because the reality is And here's the thing, I think this is why they don't want to add sand, right? Or a way to be able to actually get renewable sand. I think it's because they think this is how they'll avoid griefers, right? Because you can't make as much TNT technically, right? If you can't get sand. Problem with that logic is when have griefers ever cared about that? But I would bet you it would be something like that. They're pretty consistent on those kinds of things. Doing the worst kind of things possible for that. And I wouldn't mind being wrong. Just suspect that I'm not. Yep. No, I agree. It's like 5% of people go, mending bad, therefore... Or, no, not even mending bad. Mending is OP. And it's like, I'm sorry. Because I'm not as good of a player as you, I should be punished? Really? That's how I feel like so often when I see these sorts of things. I'm like, what? I mean, you could disagree with me. But that's how I end up feeling like I'm bad at finding... Like, I know I'm personally relatively bad at finding things like diamonds. For a pretty long time. Why should I be punished? Oh yeah. Like I said, they could just simply add it as a toggle that could be there. I didn't see... I mean, Tomas... I mean, I'm not that great. Let's be clear, but... I more mean, I'm not great at finding diamonds in general. I tend to have issues finding at least enough that would be for, like, being able to complete any of the sorts of projects I like to complete. Ironically, it would mean I'd probably, like, if they were to remove me, I don't think they're gonna, because I don't think they can. To be clear. At least not in that sense. I could see them trying to super nerf it, though, and that's not great, but... I more mean... It would ironically make diamonds far less worth it. And netherite becomes ridiculously, like, I'm not using netherite. I personally don't care for it, because I simply put, I'm left with, why would I bother when it doesn't give me enough of an improvement? The amount of work it's required. Maybe on a, like, a server or something, sure. I would think about that. Because, well, to be on a server, there would be certain things I wouldn't be able to guarantee as much. But at the same time, I do end up looking at it as... rather than nerfing one thing, it's better to buff the other stuff that could use a buff, right? Like, okay, you don't want people to just use mending. Find reasons for them not to use mending. My thing I still go with is I feel like you should be... like, I feel like a potential enchantment that could actually be interesting, that would make it so you can't use mending, I'd argue, right? Is to have it effectively kind of work like the Zelda armor. I don't think that they're good enough to be able to actually code it in, but, like, think about it. Let's say your XP effectively works like rupees in the rupee armor. Your XP goes down first, and then your hearts. Right? But then you wouldn't really be able to necessarily add mending to something like that. Should probably be a chestplate piece as well. I've added a unique enchant to the chestplate. And then that would be something you'd have to think about. Do I want to use mending? Or do I want to use disenchantment? Which could potentially be a worthwhile enchantment, or it could be something you don't care for how it works. I'd argue 1 level per health, but considering you can get a lot of levels, that would actually be kind of decent, right? To just have be the case. Yeah. Like I said, I think personally just leaving that one alone as it is probably for the best. Because realistically speaking, there's too many things in the game at this point that literally removing it from the game or changing how it works would make the whole game pointless to play. To some extent. Once you've hit, like, the end of the game and all that, right? Because big projects kind of require it. Realistically speaking. But I would say adding some other things that maybe would be better, or, you know, you can compare kind of thing. No, I don't disagree. I'm just saying, like I said, it's kind of where I end up going with it, is I end up going, I feel like at this point it's kind of necessary. From a realistic sense. A large build, think of it like this, like trying to dig a huge hole without using TNT. You kind of got to use up tools, right? And up to a certain point, it just isn't gonna necessarily. But yeah. No, I think that's kind of where I would go with it, is I'd say add something that, simply put, mending can't be added with. I really and truly do think that's kind of where I'd lean with it. Nobody cares about it with the bow, enchantment, infinity, right? Nobody thinks, oh, they should make it so that you have to use mending with it, right? I've never, well, I'm sure there's people who do feel that way, but overall, like, yeah, I get to choose. I choose one or the other. I don't think that's a bad thing. I could have sworn this goes here. Yeah. Oh. I honestly do think it's a little odd that they don't want to do something like that. It feels silly. Alright, I think I've got everything all put away and everything, so I'm gonna probably head on out. I need to try and find another island. I'm gonna probably go from the one that I already know of that's over here, because I know there was another island I somehow connected to, but I still can't figure out how I connected to it, so I'm gonna try and find it again. But no, I mean, that's kind of where I end up going. Like I said, I think that there's ways to handle things. Ironically, I don't think the spear is a great weapon overall. It's fine, again, on servers, but single player wise, it's definitely not great. And I would say that's the one thing I would compare with Hytale. Pretty much everything I've seen with the Hytale, right? It'd be great either for a server or on single player overall, right? It's not a... It only can really work if you have other people playing with you for a lot of them, like a mace. I'm sure you could technically play around with the mace, but overall, in a single player world, what am I really gonna do with it? The amount of work it requires, and then the amount of work it would take to set something up just to kill it with a mace, it doesn't feel satisfying. The places I've seen it all seem to work are literally only on multiplayer servers. Either because somebody else can help set it up, or because you're going out to get somebody else with it. But That's the other thing I would say. But yeah, I mean, it goes right back to that have cake and eat it too. They want to keep their single player people, right? Yeah, I don't disagree. I know that the sphere technically does that, but again, to get that to work and to have it be fun doesn't, like, unless you want to play around with the sphere, or again, you're playing on a server, I just don't feel like it's overall thought about that way. What I would say is each of these weapons, even this, right? Like this mechanic, I might not like getting in close, but I have to admit, it is fun. I like this. I like this one. I haven't found a weapon I don't feel like I couldn't use. Oh, I don't disagree. I honestly still feel like it's not really a spear, it's more of a lance with the way that they set it up. And I acknowledge it is, at least in part, my opinion, but I don't know. And the thing is, as I said, I'm not trying to compare Hytale to Minecraft in that way, because I don't feel like it really would be a fair comparison, as, well, they have very different expectations for the final result, right? Minecraft wants it to be a well, I think sandbox. I'm not even sure they want it to be sandbox, to be honest. With some survival elements. I think the biggest thing that I'm left with is we know that this is the version that they basically first showed off, other than a few things that have been added, but the base version that we've seen, right? And several of them are things that Minecraft has added after Hytale would have already added it to their game. Ironically, if they had added it, if they had put their game out when they did, it would have looked like Minecraft was copying them. Which I don't think they were, necessarily, but I do find it fascinating. So a lot of the things people compare as being similar, ironically, Hytale did them first. Which is fascinating. Obviously not because it's a voxel game, because that's just the same kind of thing. I don't mean like that. I'm just saying like some of the other little things I've seen people compare, and I'm like, what if this game really and truly is within that first year? They would have done it first. You know? Including this thing at the top here, this compass slash bar, which would be a staple of the game, but I've seen some people compare it to Minecraft, and it does feel similar. But again, this would have been first. It's fascinating. And done better. In a lot of ways. I didn't say it isn't. I was more saying I find it interesting that some of the things, other than it being a voxel game. Yep. Oh, I don't just, yeah, that's exactly it. Where it's like, these are things that they've already been doing for a lot of them. But it does, I would say, open the question in a different sense. ironically. Not to be in a negative way or anything like that. But it does... How do I put this? Well... Oh, I do love this, like, riff. Very Star Warsy. And the music. But no, I definitely am kind of left with, like, it... Yeah, I do think it feels a little weird whenever I see something like that when I'm left with. But by its nature, they literally couldn't have copied some of these things. And I'm not saying, like, Hytale did it first. Obviously, other games did them first as well. I'm just saying it's odd. But the detractors all seem to have that kind of... same kind of things that didn't make sense. When being realistic about it. Yeah. Yeah. I know, like, ironically, it's the thing that got me to compare the games more and be more like, so, did they see... I mean, they would have known, right, at Mojang, the things that were planned. And to be clear, I don't think it would be, like, in a negative sense. But were they maybe perhaps a little inspired by the game that would never be? When they decided to pivot into adventuring? Or rather would eventually be in theory, hopefully. Just an interesting thought. And notice how I put it. Inspired. I don't think that it would be outright like, oh, they would just take the ideas or anything like that. I really don't. I feel like I have to specify that because I feel like someone would definitely take me out of context at some point. Not you guys. But, I mean, that's kind of where I feel like it feels like, yeah, I could see it. Yeah, I have thought that, yep. But I'm sure it's not necessarily. Yeah. And then all of a sudden decided to take it in an entirely different direction and yet could never get it to completion. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that there isn't potential. But at the same time, it is entirely possible that it is just, well, a bunch of coincidences kind of just stacked up together. It's possible either way. But I don't think that's correct. happily being able to take advantage of it, sure, I could see something like that. But no, I mean, to be honest, I think the biggest thing I've been left with is I feel like they basically ran out of like ideas after they had finished running through like Notch's stuff, right? If you look at it, the last big updates still basically came off the list of things Notch wanted to eventually have in the game when you go back to that. Which is interesting, right? For Minecraft. And then it just kind of, weirdly enough, fell apart. Again, this is not accusations. This is more like, it does make me wonder if they just had no idea where to go. Realistically speaking. As a game, I mean, it has, Minecraft has, like, potential. The problem is if you don't know where you want to go with it, then nothing can ever happen, right? In the most realistic sense of it. So more than anything else, that's what I would honestly wonder. As if once they lost their sense of direction, that the game just kind of fell apart. As far as being able to update things well. So we just continue to get these disjointed pieces. It's like, no, they totally would fit together. Kind of feel to them. I really have been wondering if if this is where I actually basically went off to it. I don't think this or other one of these. Because this isn't, or, you know, when I updated my game, if I basically hadn't been through this chunk since I lost that. Other than, like, the brief run-through. Anyway, like I said, I'm not gonna say one way or the other definitively, because I don't know. It is something I have wondered, to some extent, if there would be something to that. Not in the way of, like, how do I put it? I don't think it would be necessarily that way in the sense that things necessarily would end up actually being like, oh, this was a master plan, da 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 da. Mostly because, gotta be honest, I realistically speaking, don't think that Microsoft would have been all that worried about Hytale. For one, at the time. Yeah, it got hype around it, but plenty of other games had that over time, and notice they didn't last very long, kind of thing. Mojang's / Microsoft's own hubris is where I would honestly argue I don't think that it would have been an actual specific definitive plan. It's much like with the baby mobs and stuff. And there, well, other things they've been pulling recently. Huh? This isn't about humoring. I'm being realistic. Think about it, Smells. You have these fast, like the biggest game under your belt, right? Several people have already tried to capitalize on that lightning in the bottle kind of game. And in the end, failed. Would you really think that anybody else is going to be able to successfully do better? I'm not saying this as a me? I don't do that kind of thing. I don't make games. I can, realistically speaking, don't think I even really would have the ability to. I'm just more saying, in general, you know, a company like that isn't going to think anything of. Even if a game gets a lot of recognition, at the end of the day, nothing's necessarily going to come out of it. The only thing that you could even technically argue would be sort of, but it's not really, it's just simply an art style, is that it's a voxel-based game. But it's not even... I would agree that there was potentially indirect meddling. As I said, I would say, yeah, no, I would agree. If not for their here. As I said, I think the thing that would have kept them from doing it, I don't think it's their conscience or anything like that. I think they would just think that they're so much better clearly that was never going to happen. Which does happen with these kinds of people and things. Because there's just a level of confidence to it that, realistically speaking, one probably should not have. Oh, wait, is this where... Is this a place where we could find... Maybe. That's water. Yes. Oh, have you seen this, BCG? I'm sure bad things are going to spawn. I'm curious. Have you seen one of these? I do love these so much. Yeah, I told you they exist. Aren't they pretty? Yeah, I got it. They're only in cold biomes as far as I can tell. And the way to potentially find one is you see that's one of their fruits. It's a spiral tree is what it's called. Okay. The spiral tree, because of how they spawn in. I do like the music here. But they are so pretty. I did see that you had said that, yeah, actually. That means I haven't found the right, I haven't found the right, structure yet, right? But the way to tell if there's potentially one of these anywhere nearby is if you see these. Just kind of hanging out on top of, like, a hole. I like the music too. Like, the whole area is just so cool. But this is what I would say to look for those. Just to let you know. Notice how I immediately knew that would be there as soon as I saw this, or that there was a high chance. Because for some reason, there clearly should be more spawning in. But because this is technically above ground, it's... I might have to. Well, speaking of dudes. No, that's fair. Like I said, I only even found out that it existed because I happened to go down, like, at some point while I was just kind of going through. Oh, he's some dogs. Anything good here? Not really. See, this is just it's just a mine shaft, so I don't think it would, I didn't think it'd be here. I don't feel like dealing with the dog. Like, I've been to these. Well, these dogs don't stop chasing you, so I do have to kill it. Wait, why did you drop? Why'd you drop? Ow! Cobalt's not bad. I do need more ash slugs. And log. Sticks are always good. But yeah, no, that's what I have found is there only seem to be in cold biomes. I would also say look near the like anywhere there's water, and yeah, then just look for those leaves or those that moss. Really, is more of it, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Oh, you floating? Take that. Where's the dog? Where did the dog go? You know, let's get ready to kill the dog if I have to, but... No, I don't disagree. They definitely do. On that kind of thing. It's not unusual. See several mods that do different things. I'll take the fur as well. Yeah, we could take the leather as well. It exists. Like I said, I know the dog should be here somewhere, but I just don't see it, so... I'm assuming it somehow despawned because the guy died. I feel like this is the kind of place where I could have been trying to find my way over. Because it's definitely cold. I gotta go around this way a little bit. Yeah, you're here. I'm sure it is. I might be willing to. As I said, I'm not against trying modded. I do like mods. Rather, I do like modded in general. So I wouldn't mind at some point. As I said before, I like to play vanilla first for a game, even if I know it has a lot of modded content. So I like to know, do I have enough leg to the game loop? Alright, I wanted to see if there was anything over here, but I don't see anything, so... So anyway, I'm just saying, or anything like that. Nice. But, as I was gonna say, oh, here's another spot with another tree. Or it's the same tree. I don't think it is, though. Look, there's a couple of them. Oh, wow. I'm not going anywhere. I do love these things, though. They're so cool. They feel so eerie. You know? Yeah. I like the music that goes with it, too. I'm gonna leave them behind for now. But like I said, that's what I have found, interestingly enough, going through, is that these things exist. I hear pigs. I feel like this would be another point of view. Nope. No, this is just... pigs. I'm not after you. Why would I be? But no, I wish... Realistically speaking, I really do wish that there was a way to be able to kind of get some of these, trees. Oh, there's a dangerous boy over there. Because I do honestly, I love them. I think it's so cool that there's like just this variety in general. Give me that cold. Boom. I don't know. I think the thing that I'm most left with, and this is something I would compare between Hytale and Minecraft, is when I go hunting around Hytale, I find this variety of things that are interesting to find or look at and just gorgeous, right? Not really necessarily like items that I would want or anything, but I'm not looking for items if I'm trying to adventure. I'm looking for locations and stuff, because that's, realistically speaking, I would say the best part of trying to go adventure, if you will. Which I feel like is something that Minecraft misses. Instead, they're so focused on items and things, when I feel like the focus should be far more on, like, well, not necessarily dragons. I'm not going to try and go, oh, they need to do that, but I do think something along the lines of just even... Because the thing is, the Pale Garden is a nifty thing to come across, if you ever do, but it's kind of empty. It doesn't give me a sense of Oh wow, I would absolutely just stop and stare and like hang out here. Unless I'm supposed to try, I'm just trying to find something specific. With Hytale, like when I'm exploring around and looking, I really and truly do stop, admire, and just adore what I find, you know? Okay, that's cool. Careful about how I fall, because I don't want to die. Definitely not there. We'll go around this way and then we'll go down. But that is something I think I do find myself comparing. And it's not, as I said, it's not in the sense of like, oh, I, I think you should have it be exactly this way or anything. It's just literally, I find myself leaning towards, I stop and I look. I actually have reasons to go, ooh, even if I know what it is. I don't know. It's just, it knows how to hold its look and everything. It makes me stop and just enjoy randomly wandering around. I don't see any guys. I know they've got to be here. I was like, look, this is a ship. I mean, I'm sure that it would never actually work. I'm not going to claim it ever would, right? We'll grab this stuff. And the loot's not great, so I wouldn't come here for the loot. I literally just come here to check out. Look at how cool this is. No. I wasn't talking about that. What I was talking about is the thing I actually feel is the biggest difference between Minecraft and Hytale. I actually have reasons to want to explore in Hytale, just to find things. I never feel like going out and looking for things specifically in that way with Minecraft. Like, yeah. Like, I see the stuff and I stop to go look at it, right? And be like, wow, I wonder what's here. I'm sure it's my death, but like, in this case, but like, still, I want to look at it. I want to see. Like, what am I gonna find? You know? And I know I'm getting trash loot, because I never really get to. That's just kind of how that is right now. There's not really a whole lot of, like, specific loot to it. I'm not claiming there is. Or used to it. I'm literally here to just kind of look at and see how it's put in, how it's built. And I think that's something I wish Minecraft would do, and that's why I was using the Pale Garden to compare between Hytale and Minecraft. The Pale Garden, yeah, it's interesting, but I'd never go out of my way to go look for one, right? Kind of interesting to look. Or I would only look for it like that. I wouldn't stop and I wouldn't stare because there's really not much enough to it for that. Here, I really and truly do stop, look, admire. That's my biggest thing I'm left with, I feel like, is the biggest difference between them, because I would kind of compare. Not because I think that it's positive or negative, I just think that it, realistically speaking, that's what I end up left with. Okay, I gotta be able to get out. Do I have anything? I mean, I do have this. But it's cool to check out and be like, wow, this... Well, I'm just saying, like, once you've seen one, you've seen them all, right? There's nothing special, really, about a Pale Garden at the end of the day. Which is a bit of a shame, really. The kinds of things that I would maybe look for with one, they don't have. Like, they don't have any structures for it, right? They don't have anything, it's literally just the items and the mob. That's the only reason you would necessarily go there. After you've seen it. Building-wise, I mean, it's... Like, yeah, I guess if you want a spooky-esque style... build, you could do that. Certainly. But there's really not a whole variety that you could really kind of go along with it. Unfortunately. It's kind of bland. In fact, it's kind of very bland. Heck, for a little while, I literally just, when it first came out, decided to survive in a Pale Garden, and it just... The scariest thing about it is that mobs just, like, never despawn half the time. It's worse than the Dark Oak Forest in that sense, but beyond that, not really. And I was interested. In that sense, there ended up not being much of anything to it. To the point I kind of ended up going, well, I mean, that's a thing. I don't know, I don't like when it just be, like, overtly negative. I'm just saying, that's kind of where I end up going. The specific try to get to a place, yeah, I can see that, yeah. Sure. I can do that. Stopping and just kind of wandering and checking out and looking with you, yeah, exactly, yeah. I think that Hytale does that kind of concept so much better. And actually thinks about how that would be done. Why would you want to stop here and look around and check things out? Why would you want to see a structure? Why would you want to look at the area around you? Why would you want to just literally stop and admire what you're looking at? And it's not just because it's pretty. It really and truly has things that are intriguing to look at with it. And as I said, I do feel it is a bit of a shame that Minecraft doesn't really take that into account. That is something I feel like it kind of should. Considering it's, well... much more sandboxy. You know? And realistically, I have it hidden, though. I think they could have used the same loot or used something unique. But like a unique type of flower seed or something. That could be the loot. It could be builder loot. It'd be a little bland, but it'd be something. That was one of the things I was really left with the Pale Garden update, and I still feel that way. And the irony that that's the last time we've had full blocks in Minecraft added. Somebody went and did the math on this one. Like, that's kind of sad. Everything from then on has been partial blocks. But yeah, I think because they have the idea of it being adventure slash story from the get-go, there is much more of a focus on things that bring your like sight to an area. Check it out. Yeah, they said the same thing with the Render Dragon too when they switched to that. And look at that mess. do I believe them, even if this is one that already existed? I think that's where I would say, oh gosh, I do love this. This mist that appears in the swamp is so good as the sun rises. Like I said, it is just something that should exist in Minecraft, ironically. Yet they don't. With a little bit of fog, you know? That is a lot. Hmm. Like I said, yeah, that's the bedrock. And that was supposed to make things so much better. And then basically immediately caused anybody that wasn't playing on a super high-end device to no longer be able to play as well as they used to. Yeah. Because it was supposed to be for the RTX, which then they immediately threw to the wayside in favor of what is now Vibrant Visuals, which is visually, I would argue, a downgrade. The concept that you have to add extra add-ons and the like to make it look good, I just kind of sad. Like, I feel like saturation levels should be something that you can just adjust in the game. Of all the things that they did not allow you to do. See, this is what feels like it's the right area to go across, you know? But I haven't found my bridge. I'm even missing the trees here that I used to cross. But no, I really and truly... The island's also missing. Yeah. Oh gosh. That's... Yeah. It was already kind of bad. I tried to like Vibrant Visuals. I did. I played around with it some, but I just could not get it. And that was the thing, like, I saw these people going, oh, it's so great, it's so amazing, and then I tried to play it, and I'm like, it's really not. It looks like it should be great. I'll acknowledge that. But, like, actually trying to use it? Come on. Ooh. And just, like, just plain, and I don't know, And it was frustrating, because I was literally, for the most part, just playing in a desert. And I was like, it makes everything so much... There's some biomes that do look really good, like the colder biomes definitely had some pizzazz to them, because they were more blue than, like, yellow. But ironically, outside of them, especially if you were to compare them, it made them look far more extreme. And again, I think I really did try to like them. I did. But I don't think they were ready. And clearly they weren't. Because they keep finicking with them, or just messing with them, right? And I think the real answer is because they had literally nothing for that update for summer other than a single gas. So they added that as well to the bedrock. But it wasn't ready. It's still not ready. And I do think that it should have had more time to, well, be made better. Which is a shame. Because I think it could have been good. I think they could have had it actually come out decent. I really do. But I do think that the way it came out is not as good as it could have been. And I really do think, to some extent, they should have just, well, been realistic about it. You know, the whole communication thing. Been honest about the fact that it just wasn't ready yet, and tacked it on to... Or heck, just... If they already had the idea of changing the baby animals, they should have done it then. And then it's the same with... It fits in with the happy gas. Like, oh... Thing is, they do have an update schedule at this point, clearly. I am left with... I do find it kind of ironic. I don't know if you guys have seen, but, the several versions of the Legacy Console Edition, basically the base for that, got leaked. Along with a whole bunch of other stuff. Yesterday, I think? Maybe the day before yesterday? It's just like... I really am kind of left with... They can't keep anything hidden, can they? And I'm more just saying this because I find it fascinating that it's like every time it's like, well, I guess they finally got it under control. Something new gets leaked. Whether it be their update schedule, which they actually do have one, or full versions of the game that no one had access into until now. I do think they probably should probably be careful. And like I said, I don't know if you guys had heard about it. I just was... No, as I said, I'm not like saying this as a just a Minecraft owl kind of moment. I'm just saying I do think they seems that they need to get things a little more under control at this point, because there definitely seems to be... How about this? They do seem to have some issues that they need to resolve. Did I actually finally find where I was... No, I don't think so, because I think this is just random rocks. But, yeah. That's where I'm at. I just think they need to get their stuff under control. For reals. Because, ironically, that means the biggest reason why everything else isn't leaking is because they got nothing. Realistically speaking. Which is not where they want to be right now. Like, you know? These have managed to end up being this thorough. I don't know. If I was them, I would be concerned, I guess. More than anything else. Not because of anything other than just... Well... Not necessarily for long. Because if you think about it, so their cash cow is Bedrock, right? That's their biggest reason they make money, which is the biggest reason they continue to update when you really think about it. It's not for Java players. And I'm just being realistic on that front. Mostly because you buy the game once and that's that, right? Whereas with Bedrock, you need to buy... If you want to buy an... If you want anything akin to a mod, you gotta buy an add-on. Oh yeah, and then it's merch. I don't disagree. But I'm just saying the game itself, right? And yeah, they need to sell merch. So they also, that's the other reason they continue to have to update. Those are the two reasons. Ironically. Because you need people to continue wanting to get the new things. But when I was saying I literally just meant the game, which, yeah. But realistically speaking, think of it like this. So, they want to add the whole stupid, if you're not age verified, right now they've only done it in the UK, but they do want to do it in a more worldwide kind of way, right? Eventually. Who's gonna then go in and go be willing to spend money on things like merch or the game, like add-ons for the game or what have you, when that happens? Realistically speaking. I mean, it is an if, because obviously they haven't done it yet. But, like, on a realistic basis, if most people who play the game play on Bedrock, and most of their money is made through merch from people who, well, play on the game. And one of the biggest reasons they continue to they want you to do for playing the game is multiplayer. But they don't want you to actually be able to play multiplayer until you give them all your information, despite the fact that somebody has to buy the game for the individual to have it, right? Well, I was just saying beyond that, if the game has been bought, right? Especially where they definitely try to encourage you to be someone who plays multiplayer kind of thing or whatever. One, somebody bought the game. Two, somebody already has to allow the individual to go online anyway. Just by its very nature, right? And yeah, three, if anything at all gets purchased after that point, any form of add-on or whatever, mine coins, etc., obviously the individual has some ability to get money. And again, I really do go with, I don't think it's really, like, I see all these people going, oh, it's because of the UK. No, clearly not, because they want to expand it. At least Microsoft does, right? And beyond that, if that was the case, they would have done it months ago. They already had it all set in place ages ago, to the point that somebody had already made a mod for Java to be able to prevent it from happening, because they saw that that had been added as a thing to the game. Which means this isn't something that's just for the laws, that this is something they wanted to do for a while, and are using this as their opportunity to do so. Especially since, let's be realistic, I highly doubt they make that much money from the UK. In comparison, if that's really how they felt. Nope. I'm gonna be honest, that's more on the parents in that case. In all likelihood, you're not going to get away with that for long. And again, I really do kind of go with, I feel like to some extent, if parents allow that to get connected in whatever fashion, that's kind of the kid, the parent is endorsing that, effectively. And I'd still go with, beyond that, there's other ways to communicate that don't get logged into the server, unlike the chat, you know? Like, if somebody writes something on a sign, now nobody knows what that has been written, or in a book, or whatever. There is no proof now. Whereas before, at least you could have chat logs. And the like. Ironically, this is more of a... This would be more in line with hiding the kind of things that could be potentially going on, and effectively protecting predators over children. Because realistically speaking, if I can still write in a book and I can hand that book to somebody else, nobody else on the server knows what that book says, except me. I can write on a sign. The only person who knows what's written on that sign is me, and whoever I get to go look at it. Especially since then the sign or book can just be destroyed and cease to exist. It's the kind of thing that really does disturb me about it, is it's like, this wouldn't protect a kid. Far from it. It just means that now the parents have no way of going or knowing that something's going on. Or having the ability to have anything. I know this wasn't here, so where the heck am I? I don't think so. Well, I mean, it has one eye in it, I guess, because it has an eye in it. If you want to go there. Yeah, this definitely wasn't here. Because you've seen what the desert looked like on this island. Yes, this place. Here, let's kill this guy. But no, I mean, that's kind of where I end up left with. Ironically, it opens them up to more. Yeah. Like I said, this wasn't here. Yeah, you smack me. So I'm very confused. I swear the direction I go around an island leads me to being like a completely different shape. Which I don't know how. I don't know if you remember, but this island had a teeny, teeny, tiny sliver of a desert. But now we have, I mean, it's not extensive, well, it is kind of extensive, but, like, this is huge in comparison to what it was. Heck. Let's grab this. This will be something good. Or I thought it would be, but this is just not. Okay. Oh well. And here's the thing I'm gonna say. Again, I find interesting with the whole like Minecraft. I mean, yeah, it's a general thing, but the shade of yellow is very similar. But here it makes sense because of all the other things, the other colors that are around and stuff. Whereas on Minecraft, it doesn't. Or they make sense. Yeah, this is what the heck? Where am I? Oh, there's a fairy village. Is it? I'm confused. I feel like there's actual, like, just actual magic that goes on here with the traveling around and depending on the direction you go and everything. Because I haven't even updated since the last time I came here, I don't think, so I can't even say it would be something like that. Like, hi, little guy. I'm confused. Food, we do have. You know the mod I need? I need a Hytale version of Farmer's Delight. Especially since we actually have the foods in general. You know? Anyway, as I said, it's not that I'm, like... don't know where I am. But I am gonna go check out that Farron village, because I think that would be interesting. I know there won't be a child, because that's not been implemented into the game, apparently, somehow. But I do know that there's possible that, like, there's one more that I need to look for. Places of interest. Oh no. I know that guy's above me, and he's gonna have to come down to me. He wants to get me. There he is. Ow. But I got him. Anyway, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna be honest to most. I think part of what my actual issue is I have noticed, and this is where I would go with this more than anything. I'm being silly, but realistically speaking, I think because, like, following along the edge the way it is. Hi. The music's actually playing. I do love the music for this village. Although it's not gonna be this music for a minute, but I love it. It's super cool. Huh? Why would it go away? Because nightfall has to happen. And the nightfall music is a little different. Hello, guy. See? Oh, where is he? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry I brought that guy into you. I didn't mean to. See, now we have the night music playing. I think. Yeah. Alright. Yes, it plays. I don't know. These are my favorite critters in the whole thing. Oh. They do get hurt by spikes, so I should probably remove the spikes for them. That's probably going to eventually be fixed, realistically speaking. Oh, that's cool. But they also burn, and I'm just kind of left with, I feel like they need a little bit more AI to them. But I do know things are getting some updates. A good example of things getting an actual update to their AI is apparently wolves. Right? Oh. Hi. actually just leave these here with you. You probably have better use for them than I do, realistically speaking. But yeah, I do love these guys. They're so cute. Let's do these though. I don't know. Okay, I like the music. Weirdly, we actually got to play, so that's like new. Well, possibly. We need to... Depends on what their focus is on more. Alright, so I want to follow kind of like this way. Anyway, but because we run down different twists and turns by going different directions, that's the real answer as to why I end up with different locations, I think, rather than the same locations. Or to be more exact, think of it like this. So, I'm just trying to explain like why it ends up the way it does. Let's say I'm trying to go west, right? There'll be certain little like just divots and stuff that I can wander into. Right? But if I was to go east to try to get to that western location first, because I know it's a circle, it's not a full... Wait. Like, I'm less likely to notice a divot one way than I am another way, and so I'm more likely to end up finding myself in an entirely different feeling place versus going the opposite direction. Because, well... yeah. I don't know how else to explain it. Oh, I actually got a, Ooh! I got a freebie! What would have thought? Okay, maybe I will run around here. I wasn't gonna. Mostly because I just was like, yeah, it's fine. But garnering a couple freebies? I mean, who might say no to that? Probably only one freebie, mind you. I think I should specify that. You can see, usually you're not going to end up with the, eternal one. I got someone, I swear that they patched. Because it's not supposed to do that. And yet, here we are again. Alright, I'm satisfied. We're heading back to the shore, carefully. Yeah. But yeah, if you go a different direction, potentially you'll find different things. Without knowing that you've found yourself in a different place. One of the things I do think is interesting, travel-wise, with Hytale. Or it's possible that once you leave the Outer Islands, technically, after a certain point, they just aren't the same island, but like, if I had to guess, it's more likely that I simply put, well, I would have potentially found it in one way. I'm not finding it here. And so, I would have to travel a different direction to get different results. And the problem is I don't know what I did initially to get the results that I did get. Well, not for going around normal. I know what I did for that one. I just have to go right. But to end up here, technically... I mean, obviously that was going left and just kind of following to the left. But, I don't know. Again, I would just say, like, it'd be something like, well, obviously, other than where I stuck down the one, it just resets. But, one, it hasn't been a chance to since the last time I was here, I don't think. Two, even if it had that chance... Like... Yeah, I can't see anything that would lead me towards... kind of some of the things I find myself finding. Plus, if it was different every time, I wouldn't have had the same results. Or if it was different, yeah, if it was different every time, I wouldn't have had the same results going around. On two separate play times. So, yeah, again, I kind of just go with... Well, actually, pretty much any single one of them, once I realized where I was and all that. My only conclusion is it's about the direction I go. Because I end up kind of following different things. Example-wise... If I follow the beach on this side, or if I'm going this way on the beach, right? I'm far more likely to follow, like, oh, there could be, like, an island here to just go to, right? And cross. Whereas if I'm going the opposite way, I might follow, well, in this case, it'd be pretty straightforward, but... what I would personally think of, like when I first would going, well, I should go this way first, would potentially be different. Actually, no, I'm looking at this. What is some form of swamp or forest? Probably not. I think I am. Probably not the one I need, but eventually you'll come across different things and end up further and further away. We even saw this with the other, right? Where I went straight forward and then I ended up effectively on what looked like an entirely different island. But the fact that I knew that I hadn't actually crossed anything too crazy other than rivers. But I think the biggest thing is what might look like a river from one angle might not be a river from a different angle. That can't be more actual desert, can it? Or have I managed to find myself going in a loop? Doesn't really make sense. You've got that there in the middle. Well, fastest way to be certain is just to go forward. And if I see the Farron Village, then I know I need to go a different way. Somewhere. Oh, it doesn't look quite the same. This looks more like what I should have found before. See? I do love the music. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I do love the music. Ooh, hello. And this is dirt. Specifically thorium infused dirt, I believe. Is what that is called. Which means it's an outcropping that allows the potential possibility of that. Anyway. I do find it fascinating how it kind of seems to work. Like I said, I got no idea how it actually works. I'm not gonna pretend I do. Yeah. Oh, you flying up. Of course you are. Yeah, so this was smaller. Yeah, hi. By quite a bit. So that definitely isn't the same one that I just came out of. Weirdly enough. And look at all these leaves. These blood leaves need to be snagged. One, for these neon petals here. Two, to try and get that recipe. Surely at some point we will get the recipe. Because clearly I should have had it by now. I feel like that. I haven't broken just one or two of these nonsense. See, this is why we gotta do that, because then you can spy these. I know I cannot grow them yet. I feel like I should specify that. But, like, I don't know, I like the recipe. And they should be plausible to get. In theory. Alright, you come back over here to the edge. I feel like we should be able to ride the cows. Realistically speaking. I'm not saying you have to agree with me. That's how I feel at this point. Because I'm left with, I feel like it would make some sense. Like if I can ride the camel. They're not all cows, to be clear. Just those big fancy cows that are definitely more of a fantasy creature than not. I don't think they actually are, but they look more like one. Either way, I don't know. Riding a cow would be cool. The the swamp cow. Swamp yak. Whack. I mean, they're probably slow, but I don't know. I wouldn't be against it. In fact, I think it'd be fun. Or funny, at least. Or the bear. Let us tame a bear and ride the bear into combat. Be hilarious. Do, 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 do. At least magnificent. It would be a magnificent thing to be able to take our bear into battle. As our steed. Like horses and camels, yeah, they're cool, but like, think about it. And mind you, I would say maybe they could have like a percentage chance for the bear. For whatever you have them have. Make it a little bit, because they definitely are a little bit more fancy, but like, you have the bear, and then you can ride the bear. And then imagine bear armor. And I mean, like, literally for the bear. Armor for the bear. Armor. I swear, if it wasn't for the fact that I've had the same results a couple times, I feel like it every time becomes like procedurally generated for the island. But I know it can't be. That would make sense. Scary fish. Hmm. I guess I should probably make sure that that's not where my thingy is, right? Over this way, rather. It's actually kind of far in. That looks like that's water there, so probably not. Ow. Kind of nifty, though. Yeah. Yeah, because that's a swamp there. Alright. I think it's fair to check. I'm definitely lost. Ish. Technically, I could probably follow all the way back the way I've come so far. Even if that would be like an hour back. Hmm. Oh, is night falling? Not quite yet. Soon, but not quite yet. Always fascinating to find something like this. Especially since the other side is just this. More often than not. Just a slice of water. I thought I'd look. Huh? Is it? as I said, part of it is just quite literally what you come across is what you come across. Eat the pepper so I can pick up the pumpkins. The pumpkins are worth it to pick up. Ah, you're commenting on the fog. Got it. I don't know, I was thinking it's fairly realistic idea of how fog ends up getting, which is maybe not the most fun sometimes, but it does lead to some absolutely beautiful, mesmerizing, so cool. Also, I don't know, from what I've seen, I feel less like N64 Zelda, more like, uh, potentially all the way up to Silent Hill kind of vibes. You really want to comment, like, on the fogginess. That's more. Weirdos. I love about weirdos. Did I really just watch a polar bear come out of the ice? Because that's a spawner spot, but there's only one piece of ice. Oof. I'm curious as to where I am in comparison to everything. Ah, beautiful. You sleep. I don't know, I'm just appreciating the music, as I said, this is something that I feel like Minecraft is lacking. As an in general kind of thing. Not to be... And I really don't have any other way to put it other than just vibes. Realistically speaking, I think that's what it's really missing. It's just vibes. The music it has doesn't kind of match to any biome in particular specifically. Even if they try to, at this point, kind of combine them. Again, But beyond that, even if it, like, each biome is designed to have music to go with it. Each zone has overall themes to them. You have specific motifs throughout the whole thing to tell you that this is connected to the game. And ultimately, it's what really does the best job. Biome-specific skyboxes, clouds, or fog, everything. It might not seem like a lot, but it really and truly is. Incredible. It also does a good job in telling you, oh, you are above ground versus not. With certain things. I mean, mind you, I went underground for half a second. At least that's what it thought, so that's what it tried to do. Or to be more exact, I went into the dark. A dark area, but definitely does seem to be how it's kind of determined. I have a roof over my head and it's dark. There's also a time around thing. Or when void spawns into the overworld. But no, I think that's the thing I'm most left with this game, world, everything. More than anything else, I think, I mean, realistically speaking, I do think, ironically, Minecraft probably should do it. Not in that I think they'd be copying even. I just think it shows what is missing. Vibe, atmosphere. Tone. And it's such a small seeming thing. Like I said, I think part of why that worked, or rather why it would be added here, or thought of, is because, well, it's supposed to eventually have a grand story. Even if you have the sandbox mode, if you will, the adventure. At the end of the day, there is going to be a version of the game where you're going to be playing through a storyline. And so I do think that does play a part. And certain thoughts and processes, which realistically allows for certain things. Even like the animals, I really do think it's just left with, it's like, you can have a whole bunch of animals, just have them drop miscellaneous meat. And there's that. It doesn't take a whole lot. Or if you want them to drop, like, you can have boars drop pork kind of thing, right? Because, you know, boars can be piggies, they're wild piggies. Of finding things, doing things, that kind of thing. Yeah. Or specific biomes. Like, when you stop and you look at certain parts of the game, just they still haven't added certain biomes and the like. And it does certainly to some extent hurt the game. If you want someone to go somewhere, one, you need to decide what kind of game you are. If it's a sandbox game, they should be able to do it without having to adventure too much. Okay. And I guess they're just, If instead it is intended to be a exploration style game, right? Then figuring out how to allow someone to do that is very important. Or rather, to also allow you to find those things in game. And I do think that's important. The ability to find stuff should be something you can do in-game. It should not be something you have to leave the game to do. Ever. And the reason I say that is because, well, it means you're effectively kind of losing the ability to do something for yourself. You want someone to play your game? You should let them play your game. You shouldn't let them to have to leave the game over and over to do one thing or another. It doesn't have to be a map. And it doesn't have to be... Well, I would say perhaps a map, or more realistically, a form of compass, or compass, to specific types of destinations would probably be, I don't know, not unfounded. They've semi-added that with the village thing, but you still have to go from village to village to village to find what you're looking for. Plus, if you wanted to find something like a ruin in Minecraft, there's really no way. Here, it's not overly important. Because, like I said, Starter Island, for all the ones that are clearly going to be important, they already exist on the Starter Island, pretty much no matter what, as far as I can tell. And insurance. You might get more than one, you might only get one, but you'll definitely get at least one. I guess I feel like I am finally looped back around, but I never found my stuff. I end up very confused. Plus, I mean, that was an unrated chest, even though it should have been a rated one. If it was the other one. Well, this is extensive, but it's an extensive mine, not the one I'm still looking for. Yeah. Investigate. Bye-bye! I just wanted to investigate. I don't know. I suppose what I would say is points of interest to look at. Whether it be even just a small pond. Structures you can come across commonly enough. But don't feel like you have to investigate in that way unless you want to. It's not too hard to get pretty decently looted, like... Yeah, okay, so that's definitely... Definitely a different one. Because there's no swamp here, I don't think. Unless there is, but... How? Is that what I think that is? No, it's just an adult still. Never mind. I was hoping you were a baby. Sorry. What do you eat again? You eat tomatoes. Ow. Oh, this is an entirely different one again. Clearly. I don't know where I am. I'm so confused. Oh, I need to go ahead. I definitely feel like I'm just like wandering on a twisting, turning, like there is no end to it. Ow. But you know. So weird. It feels weird. Doesn't it? Oh. I don't even know what attacked me. Probably a cactus. Realistically speaking. Like that bear. Yeah, go away. Alright. I am mysteriously lost. I mean, as I said, technically I'm not. But at the same time, I don't know if I'd end up in the same place. As I should, if I was to go back the way I came. Because what I might look at and be like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Kind of go, kind of, yeah. It might not. I continue to hope that I'll eventually come across my, one single bridge. But I don't think I'll ever find that again. I don't even know how I ended up with it. Because there's no way that I, haven't found it yet. Or by way back around, so I don't even know where I am. Other than very far away from where I should be. Oh wow, that's actually kind of cool that that guy just like blends in. Oh, we are getting close to home again. I suppose. Kind of. to the south. So... Oh, I do see. I think I know what happened. 1 second. Let me go this way. I am on an entirely different island. The question becomes, how did I end up here from where I was? I think that is the... We go in this way a second here. Because if that is what I think that is, I do believe it could be. I mean, other than the fact it's kind of fascinating that I somehow ended up over here. But I don't know how. But see, I'd be going away again at that point, so I need to figure out what I did. I'm a little careful. But see, it's just one tiny thing, that's all it takes. Yeah, I think that's it. Was that it was a... I must have somehow gone... I think I understand how this happened. Weirdly enough. But at this point, I do kind of want to go home, so... Penguin! Oh, Penguin just... Your friend just died. I hope you guys don't mind. Also, that penguin just died. I didn't intend to do that, so, yeah. So, here's what I think happened. Because I assumed that these two were connected. I think. Or no, it can't have. What did I do? Because these clearly aren't connected, right? I was gonna say, I think I must have run across the ice or something, but that doesn't make sense. But I must have been distracted by something like that, because otherwise I don't think I would have ended up here. And I've still somehow walked right back over here. Because my sense of direction is crap. But, yeah. I definitely have gone in a circle. I somehow found myself on a different island. There's probably a spot somewhere that's, like, realistically speaking... I do love how this just looks underwater. But I can't figure out what I did. Oh, there's definitely that shark there. Because I wouldn't have crossed there, so that means there was a spot that I did cross. but I don't know where. Alright, let's at least get back to the village, and then from there I can figure out what I need to do. At the very least, check to make sure it's the village, I guess. I highly doubt anything's gonna spawn now. Because I didn't completely empty the chest, but I did... Yeah, so I've been here. So this is somewhere we've been. Somehow, I ended up all the way over on the other side. But I can't figure out what I did. Other than effectively end up here. Yeah, but you can't get over here because you can't swim yet. Alright. See, I know I did something. But I don't know what I did. But I do think going over this way is going to be my best bet to get home. But at least I seem to kind of sort of have figured it out. I still don't know exactly what it was, though. All I know is there's a decent chance that it's involving... I somehow ended up on a different island. Probably twice or 3 times. Yeah, I should check that out, whatever that is. I think that's the mine. That'll tell me I'm on the right track. Attacked. Box. Alright, at the end here. Oh gosh, it becomes so dark. Oh, hey look. Our favorite type of cave. This one's actually already interesting. Now we're at 42. Ah, I was like, was that saying there? Don't know. Alright, how long is it gonna be? It's gonna be a bit. I can go down a second. It certainly is, like I said, my favorite kind of thing. And hey, here there's like not even a cave. It just is. I would potentially live there. Little piggy. This is actually kind of cool. There's a goblin because he thinks I'm underground. It's a little weird because it's like I won't be underground because I'm not in that area, but it certainly will decide I must be. At the same time, though, I don't know. I really like this. It's like a little biome kind of thing, even to find in the overworld. But I know technically it's a cave. And the glowingness and everything is just so nice. I don't know. It's just something to admire, realistically. Although that's what that was, so that wasn't what I thought it was. I guess we just gotta keep going down and hoping we come across what we're looking for. That's kind of nifty. Now that looks like that could be home, but not really. Or maybe it is. Huh. "30 minutes to go." That's fine. And then we'll go home, we'll chill for a minute, and then I'll probably finish. Alright. While I'm waiting for it to become day. I kind of do... He's like right there, but I am sleeping. You cannot see me. Is it not working? Yeah, I was gonna say the moon is up. I am asleep. I don't know, I kind of love, like, no matter what I'm doing, like, if I had that, like, flash. That sparkle. It's super pretty. Will they? Alright, so... I am semi-suspicious that I need to go this way. I could be wrong. It'd be ironic if it is, like, a procedure thing. Oh gosh, that's pretty low. I didn't end up that high. And then I just go over on this side and do the same thing. Oh. I lived! Somehow. It still doesn't seem... quite right. Is this facing the right way? Yeah, so I need to just go the other side of this lights ice blurb. I don't think it actually is that, but you never know. Bunya's waking up. I do think it's a shame there's not, like, any cubs for the bears. Other than the fact that I don't really want them, because, you know, they give, like, they won't give anything too good, but at the same time. Oh. I guess we're here. I mean, yeah. Further to go we have. Any fire bears? Don't know about that. That seems a little bit much. Although I guess magic bears would be the most terrifying thing. To an extent. Now I just gotta figure out where I need to go. Honestly, what I really should do at some point is I should try and follow what I would have inevitably done the first time. I think that would be the only way for me to really work out where it should be, if anywhere. Other than just, you know, probably going into creative to just kind of try and find it. Because I'm not really in danger, other than I probably could use some repair kits. Or potentially just time to make some new tools at some point soon. But I don't think it's that end of the worldy, so... I do think it is this way. If it's more west than south, because this should be the direction I need to go. The fact that I only realized that the other island must have been a different island, simply due to, like, I would go here, just like, the only reason I was even able to. Right. Ow. Yeah. Alright, so... In theory, I think I'm getting close. I could be getting farther away, though. Either I'm getting closer to... Or I somehow managed to, wander that far off course. I don't think so. Wait, what? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Tomas. It doesn't seem right. I think I'm going too far, but at the same time, that can't be right, because... I don't... What? No? Well, you're still not it. I don't know what you were. I guess you're a miner. Alright, in theory I gotta be getting close, right? Maybe not. Oh, not often? Realistically speaking, I'm not terribly good at it. But, I mean, it's just more like, I don't know. I'm trying to think, what do I do? Like, I mean... If the question had been, have I ever danced? I mean, yeah, I do dance on occasion, but like often, no. Do you think we can actually get this guy this time? He must be here, right? Yeah. Those two now. Oof. Ow. That hurt. I guess he dropped more of these. I don't think I can pick up any of them. So we got some fiery charges. A pile of skulls. I don't really need. I can go dump those. Oh, there are other guys here. Fascinating. Yeah, you guys can't actually get up here. I just wanted to look to see if there's a, like, chest, but I don't think there actually are. So you guys can have these. They're totally your friends, right? And then I'm gonna head back over here to grab the... I guess they're summoning skeleton minions. How do they work? What? Yeah, I don't know how they work. I'll figure it out eventually. I guess I probably need bones. Or bone fragments for it to actually work. But I don't have enough of an opinion of them right now to really... What would I drop for them? 6 have convenienceness to them. I didn't even know that. I guess technically I drop plant fiber. I can get plenty of other fiber elsewhere. Oh, I finally won. Yeah, I get Buna to dance, by the way, yes. Buna does not like dancing, though. It makes him affronted. Yeah, I'm gonna guess what I need. Oop. Oh, look. Do I need to help that, poor fox? No. I should be nearly home. Ish. Yeah. Alright. Nope, I don't think so. Not today, my friend. Okay. Yeah, I think at some point I need to try and figure out how I did what I did before and just see if I can't kind of copy it. If I could do that, that would probably be way better than just kind of... Because what I really wanted to do for the last warp, one way or another, is I kind of... Because I'm pretty sure I can only have a total of like 8, right? But I wanted the ability to go to the only place I know of that would have actual potential red crystals drop. Consistently. But shame these can't be scrapped. There we go. Oh, right. I go plant my new friend. I forgot an onion. I forgot the onion needs... Honestly, I probably should just empty my inventory first. I mean, it'd be funny if this could actually work. Yeah, but it does not. Although I feel like if they're gonna kind of keep adjusting what can connect to that, I do think that's one of the things that makes some sense. Alright. Alright. My friends. Yeah, picked up some extra pumpkins here and there. The things I need my hope and I need my water can. What we're gonna do? Yeah. Alright. 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 Yeah, oh, I live here. You don't. I guess I can make another... Let me see what types of seeds have we got. Oh yeah, also, did I just... Do I have the ability to make one of these? I do, actually. I'm gonna make one, I think, because, you know, I do have the ability to. Might as well make another one. Works for me. Alright, I need to make... like another one of those that I can then turn into an eternal bulb. And then I would like 2 potats I can make it to 2 patats. Wait, where? I swear. Oh, wait, maybe they went into my back. They went to my backpack. I was gonna be like, if that's not. Let's just start with 3 of these. Hmm. Yeah, I see you. But this is my home, not yours. And then finally, just 2 more. As I said, I'd like some that I could make into Eternal. I feel like, or rather, I feel like that's one. The sunflowers should be able to be made into Eternal ones as well. I think it could be one that could be like even further, like with the I don't think it'd be the end of the world, but and I can understand like maybe the blood ones or whatever. That's fine, but I don't know. Sunflowers just seem a bit far. Fine. Chuck tomato seeds in here. I forgot to put the flowers away. Yep. For now, those will just go in there. Yeah. Goodness me, what to do, what to do. Honestly, here's how I kind of look at this. Early game, it's best to kind of have, like, do mushroom skewers to some extent once you can get your chef table. But once you can grow your garden up even a little bit, I do think it's better to just probably go for the vegetable skewers or the meat skewers. Meat skewers just because, you run into enough wild animals as you go along. Vegetable skewers because, like, a lot of vegetables. I could quite easily craft up a whole bunch of vegetable skewers and just be like, yeah, that's fine. Although, even though I don't like the idea of adding hunger to Hytale necessarily, because I do think that is more of a Minecraft thing, I do feel like my food is a little wasted half the time because it's just sitting there. Maybe at some point I'll feel less that way, but I just kind of, I don't know. Once I got the thorium armor, I really just didn't need to think about it again, I guess. And I'm not, but it's just, like, probably would be the same for the cobalt, to be clear, because I mean, I guess technically I could ensure the dangerous experiences of going down to the mines, but as of right now, I don't really have anything like that. As long as I'm cautious enough, and I don't pick fights I don't think I can win, I just don't need. Look at. And even if I do pick a fight and it turns out I can't win, if I just hop up, I either am gonna die, right? Like with the frogs, or I'm going to be able to just, yeah, get just a little bit of food. You like cabbage? You like cabbage? Good for you. That's a little different. That's an IRL cat looking for snuggles. That's not an in-game monster that I can't kind of, like, just... When I say in-game, and I know they are, like, for example, I know that the next update's gonna have the wolves AI, among other potential animal AIs, having, like, some updates to them. So I would give it that, or it's like, yeah, they'll get, like, an upgraded AI kind of thing, right? But even then, I get the feeling that as long as I'm careful, I'll be able to just flip through. So long as I know what I'm doing. So, yeah. It's, like I said, I'm not, like, trying to be, I'd like... Well, I suppose I could just mod hunger in, couldn't I? If I could find a mod that would do that. Although I don't think I'd go to the level of, like, what Minecraft does. I feel like that's a little too crazy. I do think the vanilla Hytale, it's fine not to have that, because realistically speaking, this isn't going to be a game where you're supposed to sit around and get food and everything, right? Or at least probably not. The concept of having a reason to have all this food eaten that cannot be eaten, right? Wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense. But for a game like Minecraft, it does make somewhat more sense because you are supposed to just kind of sit around. Yeah, at the same time, I do kind of feel like I do wish I had some ability to use it for something, anything. Because I end up with so much. But overall, I just don't end up using a whole lot of it. I don't even know where you are, little guy. Over there. Unless you're trying to say that's Suna. I don't think Suna's a fox. But no, I just, realistically speaking, I don't know. I suppose it's a little too easy to get food in the game, I guess. And just kind of wander around. Once you hit the late game. Nothing but food. Super easy to get, like, materials, like wood or whatever, right? Super, as long as you're willing to either travel or to, risk growing. Hey, buddy. Like I said, you really need to think too hard about anything here. But it's early days yet, so who knows? Oh, no. Like I said, I realistically speaking don't think that giving it use, like just making it be have to have hunger would be better. I really don't. I think it's fine as it currently is. And that's what makes this game this game. I just kind of do feel like I end up having a lot of food sit in my inventory. Maybe, maybe if chests were just slightly bigger as well. It's a lot easier to store things. Although that doesn't really necessarily mean anything either, I guess. You know what? Here's something I'm gonna say is useful. This right here is super useful because then that tells you how to pick up all whatever. It's like trinkets for hit shift, left click. I have like that. But you wouldn't necessarily know that if you just um, have it, right? So I do appreciate that they do take the time to make sure that there's things like that in the game. As I've said before, it's the same. I feel the same way with like the little descriptions of items. Not just for the lore element, but also because, well, yeah, if I want to find more of something I randomly find, having the ability to do so is good. I suppose technically I can turn all this extra food into crystals. Like this. Like if we just come over here a second, right? The farmer's table. I mean, there is this. So let's say I had 25 corn, right? 10, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At 400 somewhere. In various places, rather. And we have 42 there. It tells you how many you get, that's just one, but this will give you 8 per. I have 4 in my inventory. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. 71 onions to go through here. Yep, there we go. And then I have 6 tomatoes. And I have 1 carrot. Voila. I have quite literally just gained almost 400. Yeah, that's Wiki. I think I do want them all to just kind of be made like that. It's just easier to store them. When plausible. I have half of them in my inventory. I don't need half. 9 is fine. I mean, it makes it market size. I kind of wish I could turn these into blocks, too. Be nice. We're just gonna take like half of this, 31 of these, and we're gonna chuck that in there. I do have room for ore in here, though, so there's that. Probably gonna move this ore. Well, in general. I wish I knew what gold would be used for, though. I feel like it should have more of a use. But whenever I do finally, like, start over, I think I have a better idea of what I would want to do and all that. Because realistically speaking, I just didn't know what I'd want. But now I kind of do. Plus, it's a lot easier to do. Eat a vegetable skewer. So easy to make a vegetable skewer. I don't think I'd live by mine next time. Realistically speaking, I did that mostly because I was there, but it's really not that great. You're always trying not to die, and it definitely isn't that. Although, I guess what I really am kind of waiting is for the textures to, like, when you have a structure to be, like, correct. You don't have to fix things. Alright. Alright. Meat skewers. I have way too much meat. Well, I mean, that made that a lot less. Eat this now. I'm not sure what these are for. I mean, it refers to it as a resilient material, so I would assume that that would be more in line to something like that, but I don't know. I don't feel like I've seen stuff like that. But yeah, I think I'd get a farm started probably when I could. I'm restarting. Um, I'd probably live more. I don't know. I mean, I like this biome for living in, mind you. We'd obviously need a new Reggie. It's just necessary. What I might do, I think the biggest thing for that, though, that makes me say that is I just kind of, realistically speaking, I don't really, I don't enjoy having mobs pop out at random. And honestly, for most of these, that's just kind of how that works. And how it's just expected to work. Which is just not very fun. No, it's not. Um... So yeah, that's kind of where I'm going. As I said before, I would just go over here for this, but I'm pretty sure this leads straight back to my base, like from here. Well, you know what? I'm not necessarily gonna go through here. So I could just be realistic here. And then on this side, you don't want to go on top of those because that wouldn't be very good. Go here. Like that. Well, you can have a little area back here even if there wouldn't be much to it. Just to kind of mark out where this would be. Okay. That way it kind of just feels like it would be like that, right? Right. Although I probably would still want to take it even higher. I'm running out. But that would be the idea. Isn't it crazy how it doesn't take too much to really kind of make it feel like it absolutely is supposed to look like that? Oh, look, there's a skeleton down there. I wonder how you get stuck. And then, as I said, I think what I'd want to do... Pretty sure it's over this way. Yeah, see, this here definitely would need to be removed as well. Which is fine. Isn't it, little guys? Why are you guys not scared of me? Not mine. And then, as I've said, this would probably need to come down because I don't... I mean, well, it might technically make sense. I don't really think it does. Instead, we would build just out around it. But that would be the idea. I don't know, though. As I said, who knows? We might just want to start a new world soon, anyway. I think I want to wait for more... Huh? No. I was saying because the idea would be this would be like a bit of a village, right? But this doesn't really fit with that kind of thing because it just is in the middle, right? Like, I think a tree is fine that way because it's a tree. Naturally growing and all that. But, like, for a town, they probably would cut down most trees like that. And they definitely would remove something like this. If possible. Right? Anyway, but since we're getting closer to the concept of just, you know, I don't know. I don't know how many more updates. Before I decide to just kind of like start a new world. Mind you, I wouldn't necessarily stop this using this one if people didn't want me to, but I don't know. I do think in part, this was just me getting used to the concept of actually utilizing, like, just playing the game. But I do think that I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of left with I probably should start anew. And I mean, if people disagree, that's totally fine. I don't mind continuing. I'd like to. Honestly, I think the thing I really want to wait for is water physics to kind of be fixed. I know. I know. I know I do. But once that's the case, I would probably just turn around and say, yeah. Jonah is waking up, by the way. And I do need to finish. He's not wrong. Video one is not wrong. Yep, here he comes. I don't know, I'm just trying to think about it. Oh. Plus, I mean, yeah, there's a modded version. People have already started modding it. Although, I think I'd rather wait till 1.0 overall. What? I think you meant intensifies. But, mostly because it's a lot hard. It's kind of hard to stay on version for more than a few weeks. Right now, I mean, they did say that they're gonna try and do more, but start. Because the bigger focus is just getting the things out, right? Other than maybe, like, just doing a creative world. Yeah. Which could also be fun. I don't know if you guys would have any interest in that. I've said I might do it like several times, but I just haven't done it. By the way, what do you want me to do tomorrow, Tomas? Do you have an opinion? Right. No. Let me check. My intention or boo boo. Yeah. So we could do Minecraft. We haven't done Minecraft in a while. Well, he's gonna do something. He's gonna sit in my arms and make sure I can't do anything. Literally. Like, oh, he's gonna demand pets. Alright. Anyway, I haven't played Minecraft in like a couple weeks. Meow. Meow the camera. Wanna say hey yo? Let's say, give me my master. No. Oh, you're so cute. He's got like full body furs going on. He is super happy to get hugs. Which is kind of ironic because he hates being hugged. There he goes. He's like, no, don't hug me. He's embarrassed that he liked hugs. But he does. He likes hugs when he doesn't want the hugs, but rather when he wants them, but otherwise he doesn't want hugs. He just wants to sit on me. I mean, that's the real answer. That's what he wants, probably. He wants me to sit somewhere and he can just sit on top of me. Anyway, as I said, I don't know, what do you... Like, if you have no opinion, I might just do Minecraft tomorrow. Just because I haven't done that in a while, and might as well. Right? Just to do something different. Otherwise, it's Hytale again, probably. Or I could probably restart Cubic Odyssey, because I think at this point I'd want to restart. I'm good. I see. Well, I'm just letting Kitty cuddle, mind you. He demanded snuggles. Maybe what I should do is I should toss the mods I was doing and do something different modded. But I don't know of anything currently. Not tomorrow either, just like sometime soon. Flippy Buddy is just being flippy behind me, in case you're curious. Other than potentially restarting, I don't really have much I can do with the game at this point. I have to wait for updates. Right. I like it. I can build. I will build. Well, if I build, I probably would start a new world for that, because I did discuss this. I do like the idea of it. I think... I don't know. I suppose the concept of having nothing and starting over kind of appeals. Instead of having everything, and really, I could... Like, ironically, I could technically go to having the adamantine armor and stuff, probably. Because, well... I know you like the screen, but no. Honey. But yeah, if I was to do that, I don't know. But like I said, I'll probably just do Minecraft tomorrow because I haven't done that. In a bit. And then can make decisions from there on what we want to do with that. With this. Although I suspect that the answer is not just go to a creative world and just build and do nothing else. Survival's still kind of... He's doing his own thing. No, he's already gone off to go do something else. He just likes all the pretty colors. And he is right, I should finish. I'm just kind of chit-chatting now. Let's see if anybody will pop on and be like, nah, I don't want you to do Minecraft, I want you to do something else. Or yes, do Minecraft. It's a good change of pace. From Hytale. Yeah. Speak of the, hello, Knight. How are you? I was thinking of finishing in any second now. I was just trying to decide some things. But, you know, I'm glad you're doing okay. But, yeah, a good example is I'm thinking I might just play Minecraft tomorrow. For example. Oh, I actually hurt myself worse than I wouldn't have. Let's see. For one, what is your request? Uh-huh. I'm just saying, because I was just saying, I think it's a. I suppose just a break, because, you know, I know I've done quite a bit of Hytale and very little Minecraft over the last bit, and tomorrow is a blocky game. I'm not gonna do. You've seen my builds for boats and things. I'm not doing that. Realistically speaking. Probably just gonna do normal. Behind you, right, buddy? I was just gonna go back and do normal Minecraft. After all, I have a Minecraft form. And that sounds like a restart kind of thing with a different vibe. What is with the lava night? That's a little weird. I'm just gonna do what I was just figuring I haven't played on my survival world in a while. And I don't have that much lava. Um, I don't think I'm the person to do that. I'm not very good at building ships or sleds. Realistically speaking. I'm sure there's somebody out there who's got like a whole tutorial on how to do it even. But and yeah, it would have to be in creative, but that just doesn't seem like what I was thinking of doing. Because I don't have the buckets, I don't have the materials, I don't have any of that stuff. It'd be far easier to do it on Hytale in its own way. Well, until the next update comes out, but... Because, you know, the way the physics work. Plus lava. And I don't want to risk my stuff. Which was not what I was thinking. Anyway. Beyond that, I was trying to decide if I maybe should start a new Hytale world. I like this one. I don't want to do it yet, mind you, but I do think It has started getting a little stuttery with how far out I've started going and stuff. Which, I'm gonna be honest with how far I've gone out and everything, with as far as like, with not having any performance mods or anything, it's just vanilla. I think it's a good testament to how decent the game is. But I just feel like certain things I just can't seem to find beyond anything else. But see, notice how I put it. I was thinking of doing my survival world. Because that's kind of what I'm in the mood to do. Nah, it's the same character. Well, I mean, obviously, I guess to be more exact, this is the same, but I mean, obviously different worlds would have different things. Because I would have different things I would do. I was just thinking, I've, I mean, in the sense that not yet. I think I'd still wait for the next update, no matter what it is, kind of thing. Maybe 2 updates. I'm not saying like. What I am saying is, I still. No, yeah. As far as like the things you have to get done, that's per world. I'm pretty sure more akin to Yeah, see, that's exactly it. And beyond that, like for example, I probably would not pick this house to live in. I might just build myself a house or something to that extent. And yeah, I'm more used to finding stuff and everything, or knowing what I need and all that. So it's a lot easier to kind of get back to this point. But maybe, for example, a little bit less. How do I put this? Disorganized. Like, if I know what I want to do, it'd be a lot easier to do it. And as I said, I don't want to do it yet. I kind of want to wait for at least 1, maybe 2 more updates. Just to be sure on things. But, like, realistically speaking, I started playing. I started with well, I've got the house here, but because I decided to use this as my home, I don't really. I have a lot more trouble expanding and stuff, and I don't want to go build another base just for that. Ironically, I'd much rather just restart, find a place to actually build a base, and build a base. In that style kind of thing. I could have this there. At this point, I'm... well... I guess too powerful. But beyond that, like, I feel like I would have done different things with a bunch of different stuff if I had known. Kind of thing. Oh, yeah, I did that. A good example of what I would probably end up doing differently, just to kind of explain. Yeah, I know better where and how to place things and to do things and all that. I know what I'd want in my building and what I would probably not. Like, I probably wouldn't use a mining building, right? Mostly because I just did not think about how much of a pain it was going to be to just try to jump, or rather, try to do anything with it. Because, you know, you walk out, you fall on your face. Oh, I've only done that once. I've done that once. But yeah, I know more. I know more about what I would want to do. I know more about what I would kind of want to do in general. I know how I would kind of like travel and all that as well. Because I've actually played around with it some now. I know that there's not much point in making a sleeping bag because I can go find one pretty quickly. I might have like 1 or 2 nights of having no sleep, but that's not that big a deal long term. And like I said, I don't want to do it yet. I want to wait at least 1, maybe 2 more updates. Well, I don't think they're gonna update it yet. I hope they soon are gonna work on physics of water and stuff, liquid physics. If they do that, then I'll have that. But I'll know I could cut down... yeah. You know the fact that you can run into a rock and then your shield is broken is quite funny, even if you aren't wearing a shield. Yeah, either way, it's not gonna be right away, but I'm just saying it's starting to think about that, because... like, originally I was thinking I would just wait for the new generation terrain, right? Yeah, I can have multiple worlds saved, that's fine. But, like, for example, I still haven't found a horse, right? And I've traveled out quite a ways, quite far, done quite a few things. And I just haven't gotten the luck of finding one in this world. I'm sure that technically they can spawn. I know it's supposed to be a low % chance. But still, I feel like I'd have a high chance if I was to just kind of restart. And, like, fresh start kind of thing. And yeah, there's things that I probably would be, like, frustrated I have to start over, but at the same time, I mean... I'm already thinking of doing that eventually anyway. No, I've never actually found a horse. I found a skeleton horse. But I have never found a horse. I have found camels. I have found skeleton horses. I have found all horse things you cannot ride. But I have never found a horse. It has a very low % chance of spawning. And sure, I could kill every mob I come across that's on a horse, and then hope that eventually the thing that spawns is a horse. But I feel like it probably would just be better to, at that point, just start over. And I don't even necessarily want a whole bunch of... like, I'm not even necessarily gonna, like, keep... it frustrates me that that's one of the memories I just can't seem to get. And realistically speaking, I think I'd rather... like, I had some nifty stuff to find, but at the same time, I have just kind of not... I've kind of missed out on some things. It feels like, and I just kind of am going... I'd like to, at this point, potentially just... But, as I said, I'm not doing it yet. I want to give it at least... I want to give it at least till the next update, because I want to be able to tame chickens and get eggs for realties, and actually probably try and do dough and make bread and stuff that way. Because realistically speaking, I do think that is something that I probably ought to be able to do, right? And since right now, if you have a chicken and it's tamed, they've even acknowledged this and it is already being fixed for the next update. Not patch, though. It's an update. Probably because it's more than just... But they have acknowledged that when they added the taming feature, tamed chickens effectively don't seem to count as the same kind of entity. And so they don't go in the coop. And yeah, I could have wild chickens and all that, but I just don't kind of wanna. And yeah, other than that, I probably... I mean, there's also the hope that mites become tameable as well. Because if that happens, then we can get a Reggie. And that'll be fun. Now, do I think they're actually gonna do it in the next update? No. Can a girl dream? Yes. That's kind of where I'm at. But I wanted to just see, maybe at least, like, where, you know, where you're at. Kind of on it, I guess. Because I do, or rather, where you guys in general are at on it. But, yeah. I do think that that's where I'm at. Plus, I never really had a reason to go down into the caves, even though I probably, to some extent, should. Just because, well, I mean, I got my iron and stuff so easy that it just didn't really matter, and then I just moved on. Probably still do that anyway, but, like, I wouldn't have felt so iffy about going into caves if I didn't basically end up in the mine shaft, which you got wait and see. I mean, that's fine. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wait to see, yeah, what the next update is. And then, like, where they're gonna go with the week at, like, they'll have, like, a pre-release for the, or they'll have a snapshot, basically, for the next update, effectively. Beyond that. The same week, and I'll be like, do I want to wait for that? But, realistically, that's anywhere between 2 and 4 weeks away, most likely, anyway, so it's not that big a deal. At the moment. Sorry. Anyway, that's just what I was trying to decide on. But yeah, I'll just play Minecraft tomorrow. I'll probably just do my survival world, though. Because well, realistically speaking, other than eventually just starting over, I kind of also, I don't really have much I can do that I haven't done. I mean, there's a few things I have to find eventually, but I don't know if I can do it in this world. I've gone to the ends of the world, Earth. Well, not completely, but far enough away, you know? And I haven't found some of the things I'm looking for, so yeah. I have to be realistic about it. Not that I, well, true. That's the other reason I think at some point soon I do want to start over. I have places, I have things I have tried to find. It's straight up other than I think going into creative to try and find them, which seems a little silly to do. And I probably will do a creative world as well for this that's different. So that's not gonna be like the same kind of thing. It'll be like, again, I want to get used to it, so I'll probably do a world specifically for that as well. But, not tomorrow. I'll probably do that on Thursday, I think, at this point. And we could try doing some form of lava boat for you then, if you want me to. And then you can be reminded why you don't really want to see me do that. Fair? Yep, so you'll still get what you want. You'll still get what you want, but I do think I'll do it in Hytale instead, and I'll do it on Thursday. Because, like I said, I want to play around with creative mode anyway. Because I know it's more... There's more to it than there is in, Minecraft. And I gotta do it, but I do gotta do it before the next update does drop. I think it already has had that happen, actually, now that I think about it, but I think I'm gonna be careful about it. I would probably make a stone boat. Or at least for the part that goes by the lava, which I think would actually look decent. Boat that inherently shouldn't be able to exist, but I think that's kind of what I'm thinking for the week. Just so that I could do something different. I need this. So I do feel like I've been doing a lot of the same stuff. Ow. And I don't really feel like I can get beats. Yeah, I just gotta be honest. I've done a lot of the same stuff over and over. Last couple weeks, and I just thought it might as well be kind of... Yeah, I've mostly just done Hytale. Honestly, I'm at the point where I'm starting to think maybe I want to do like another like modded Minecraft kind of pack. It's different because the ones I did try contained in Seattle just kind of didn't work out as well as I'd hoped they would, you know. But I don't have anything I'd want to do right now anyway, so it's kind of where I end up going. Well, I might as well just do Minecraft vanilla. Although, ironically enough, there's plenty of people who've modded Minecraft into Hytale and vice versa. Although one is harder than the other. Apparently. Yeah, I just thought I'd do something different. Oh, you know, speaking of boats, I did find some boats. Earlier, as I was traveling. I mean, I don't think they'd actually work as boats, but they were kind of nifty. So ironically, there's a boat style that I could actually use as a look at to be able to do something with in the game. There's an Outlander post that's got, like, they basically have Viking boats. I'm not going back out there because it's really far away. Like, really, really far away. But that was pretty cool. That piece. They're gonna, hopefully, in theory, eventually have some actual boats, but as of right now, they do not. At the very least, it has been discussed as something they are potentially thinking of working on. But effectively, though, it has an actual interesting design to it, and you can see how they've done it and all that. Be able to kind of use as a way to not necessarily do that, but just to kind of have an idea of how a boat looks. Yeah, they definitely do. But I just thought it was kind of cool to find something like that in the game. But there is an actual boat that exists. You can't use it, but it's a boat item I have found as well. So those also exist in the game. So where I do end up going, I wouldn't be surprised if for like boats there is, or even, you know what, potentially the ability to have something like that kind of boat. But I would assume at the very least the teeny boats have a chance of eventually becoming usable boats. Whenever it does become usable, then it'll also become craftable as well, so there'll be that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're annoying because you exist. But I don't want to kill you. Anyway, point being, it was actually interesting to see, and it's interesting that they have a potential to kind of have things like that. Honestly, I mean, it is alive and it will bite my butt if it thinks I'm chasing it. So I don't want to get too close. Which is annoying, because this is my house. Not his. But they are cute. Anyway, but yeah, I traveled so far, I found myself on another island. Without realizing it. It was not fun. And it confused me very much. I was just like, where the heck am I? And no, I'm not kidding. I traveled out to the one area I've traveled a billion, like I've traveled like 5 times, right? I mean, finding the boats, that wasn't too shocking, necessarily. I just hadn't really investigated the ice section too much on the one side. It was because I continued to follow it along around the side, hoping that maybe this would be how I'd find my bridge. And then I found a desert. Hmm? Five what? Anyway, I found a desert that just was much bigger than the tiny little thing I had thought I was gonna find. Well, I eventually made it around to there, and it was like, because it was a different island. Oh no, I've gone exploring a whole lot, man. I've done it like every time except for like 2 or 3 times. I'm just literally back by the time you pop on. Cause it's just so far away. I have a little exploration, if not like large. Well, let's see. Like I said, the only time I haven't done any really was last time. But I could maybe count like an extra episode of that, so probably as far as like without going into like, oh, when I did more than once per episode, like just per like stream, 20 times minimum. To explore or to travel or to do something, just going out, doing stuff, hunting stuff. Even when it's just me trying to go to like one of those crystal spots, right? I still count that as exploring. So, if we were to say if it was once per episode, it's for like maybe 2 episodes, might be iffy. One of which would be last time. Yeah, maybe 20. And that's not including when I've gone to several, when I've come back and be like, oh, I should find something else as well. But it's mostly because I haven't known what I'm looking for, right? A good example would be, um, and especially since the one island is just stupidly big. Well, I do know what is here for the most part. And even if I'm not technically going out exploring, I am kind of still doing that because I never know what I'm going to find. If I'm going to wander into the same places I would have thought I would have wandered into. So yeah, I would say, since this is like the 22nd stream, I believe, of this, yeah, the absolute minimum would be 20. Not including any time I went right back out. For something different. Well, not exactly with my sense of direction. I had to figure out what was going on. Part of it was just simply put, and I had to realize this to put together what was going on. So, let's say I'm traveling before I need to go sleep anyway. If I'm traveling this way, kind of thing, right? If I'm like along an edge, and I was to come to this, obviously I'm not on an edge here, but if I was to do that, I might go and traverse it, right? Whereas if I'm coming from the other side, I might see better that it's like, it's not necessarily actually a river, it's an ocean or whatever. So while I would, from one direction... Anyway, I quite literally because I saw different things because I went different ways. And that's exactly what happened here. Because I went left instead of going right, I ended up, effectively, like, going across things in different ways and finding different things. Like I said, what might be more clearly an ocean from one direction looks a little bit more like a river from a different one. Now. So it was less direction, more just having to figure out what was what and what I did wrong. Because that was the other thing. Because, I mean, I definitely got mixed up on where I was. Like I said, I found myself in a desert. Yeah. But I can see, what am I looking at? Whereas one direct, with like going, when I was going through from the right side, it just looks like, oh, it's a, just an island. Whereas from going the other way, it went from island to island to island kind of thing there to a different area. Kind of thing, as far as I can tell. Because I definitely never ended up back around. I just ended up on a different, I guess, it's not really a continent in that sense, is it? But I couldn't work out what I had done wrong because all I did, as far as I can tell, is basically cross a river. Well, to be more exact, it was because of those boats. Those boats are how I ended up on the wrong track, and those boats are how I found myself back to where I should actually go. Ironically. Kind of. As far as I can tell, basically, I think there must have been a river. Or rather, it looks like a river. Or something like that. The first time I realized what I was looking at wasn't the right place, if you will, or rather why it happened, how it ended up off, was because I again saw the boats. I could see that was on a different chunk of land and be like, oh, I must have somehow managed to end up on a different chunk of land. With water in between, in a way that's more evident from one side than the other. I don't know how, but that's my best bet. And I was confused because like I think that things that looked right were slightly off. As far as I can tell right now, part of it is just literally this. Part of it is just kind of literally that the some of the, like, the way the structures are will repeat to some extent, so I will find the same chain of like structures that are in a row and stuff, but except they aren't the same structures. They don't even necessarily have the same loot. Yeah. So I'll go. Okay, let me. And mind you, this was where I was confused in a different sense because I was like, how did I miss my portal, right? And then I looked inside the chest and I was like, there's loot here. This is not the house I thought it was. But I thought it was correct because it was a house of a specific type of shore in the right biome, and then you could look right over and see a Trork encampment. And I believe it was a mine shaft. that's effectively the same way it was, but in reality, it wasn't quite exactly right on closer inspection. But it looked similar. But luckily, I have my compass on the top here. And I was able to realize I could see the thingy. Well, like I said, the amount of damage that was to it, plus where it was in conjunction to the shoreline, what kind of biome it was in, there was just a couple different things that kind of matched it up to being the same looking location, even though it was not the same location. I'm just explaining why I was confused. Rather, what told me something was off, beyond already knowing the desert should have been wimpy, and instead it was a huge, expansive place. Rather than desert slash savannah. But yeah, at some point I just kind of went on the... And the biggest reason why I just couldn't tell is it's just expensive. At least not at first, could not tell. Plus, since I knew I was going from a different direction, I couldn't be sure I'd run into the... what would be. I had just hoped that I would find what I was looking for. Never did. Still not sure what I should be looking for finding that bridge, or if the bridge just doesn't exist because, update happened and then it just kind of went the bye-bye. Entirely plausible. If frustrating. Yeah, that's kind of where I ended up at by the end, was just trying to figure that out. Alrighty, I do need to finish though. I still haven't figured out what all the seeds are, I don't think. Maybe I have. Actually, you know what? I think I have, because I bet it's... one of them's gotta be the blood leaf, right? One of them has to be the fern that I'm missing here, and then one of them has to be the yellow, and then I don't know what one of these is. So I know what 3 out of 4 of these are, but I don't know what the 4th one would be. Should probably check that at some point. Yeah. Honestly, I really do kind of feel like I wish there was a better way to get the seed recipe. Not overall, but just kind of like, even just the base ones. Because it feels a little silly with... I've said it, I know, I keep saying it, but it feels a little silly with the fact that it has a crystal requirement anyway, so... The concept of having the recipe be so hard to get, especially when there's nothing to it yet, or for it yet, other than upgrading the farmer's bench. I do kind of feel like the level 1 recipes maybe should be able to be gotten from something. I don't know what, but something. Because it's a little like... And then I would say potentially the higher rated stuff, right? Maybe you do need to get... I don't know, something. Like, I wouldn't mind having to explain, I wouldn't mind having to necessarily get the higher level thingies if I could just get the base blood rose, the blue fern, the azure fern rather, and the thunder thing from just something. Or if there was something that was indicative to what I'd be looking for it. But honestly, at that point, I don't know. I just kind of think I feel like I should have some use. Yeah, it might be changed in an update. I don't know when it would be though. But I would just say I don't know. And again, like I said, I think if it wasn't for the fact that the recipe isn't cheap, and the item is currently a junk item, I think I wouldn't feel like that. But yeah, it'll have to be an update. But it just feels weird that for something that is kind of useless, right? Overall, because as of currently, just to show you here, they are junk items. They have no use. They're literally just pretty and nothing else. The only use they have is the yeah. Is upgrading the farmer's bench after you've gotten all the other things. And that's kind of where I end up going. If that's where you unlock those as well, that's fine. I just feel like, yeah, considering right now their decoration and stuff, I feel like they should be easier to get. If they're meant to be more difficult for a reason, I kind of wish there was more clearly in the game specifically, I guess, a reason. But I haven't really seen anything. They aren't used for anything, as far as I know. Like, they're not used in a potion. Like, if they were used in a potion, I guess they are used in potions. But at the same time, you use all this other stuff as well. So, I don't know. I still feel like it should be something that's easier. I don't think that they were used, though, now that I think about it. I think that's been adjusted. Even still, though, I don't have much point in making a potion, so they're still not really useful. And as I said, I feel like the lower level ones should be having some use to them. Or they're having, oh no, he got out, he got out, he got out. Buddy, you're gonna get eaten. Roger, you're still in here, right? Yeah. But, no. I feel like I just got cursed. Like, I shan't be your dog. Okay. Alright. Like I said, I think that's kind of where I end up going. It's just, it's technically a potion, I guess. A potion item. But the potions overall are not really worth making, to be honest, currently. Um, I mean, they have some use, but again, once you get kind of more comfortable and used to it. But no, I really do think I feel like level 1 at least should be something that isn't just you have a percentage chance to find it. And beyond that, again, considering one, for being able to grow them, right? You have to have a steady supply of crystals of whatever type you want to grow. Two, the fact that you can't make them eternal, you can only grow them like one at a time, right? kind of thing, and it's just the only thing they're used for is, I guess, technically potions. The three, which you need an alchemist bench for, which means you have to upgrade your workbench first to level 2, and you have to then from there make it. And it's not cheap, mind you. Just to show you here real quick. The alchemist workbench needs gold ingots, venom sacks, and bone fragments. So it's not exactly the cheapest thing in the world either. So I do kind of end up feeling like, I don't know, level 1 definitely feels like it's a little bit too hard to get for what it is. I hope they have more of a plan in mind for it, but like I said, it feels like, considering it's a 5%, and like I said, overall, I don't think the percentage chances are necessarily that crazy, but I do feel for the blood roses, and so for the recipe, I do think 5% chance of being that, like, you get lucky there is just a little bit too low, and it's per, obviously, not a cumulative one. Although if it was cumulative, I wouldn't necessarily feel that bad, because obviously eventually you'll get the recipe anyway, right? Yeah, it's just too much, I think, for what it is. Plus, also, to get the blood roses and so on and so forth, you also have to upgrade your you have to upgrade your farmer bench up to like level 8 in the first place anyway. So again, for all that extra work, I feel like the recipe is just a little bit too crazy to get for that. Just to be able to make potions. Even if potions can be really, really good, as I said, I think that's more where I kind of go. Like, it's not that it's like the complicatedness of it, it's just that I feel like it just has too many steps to it for something that is just not honestly that important in the long run. I mean, maybe they'll just make it less potions existing, but even then, you don't need that many potions, really, as they are currently. Um, Especially when you get more comfortable or more used to it. But like I said, you can make it into potions, clearly, at this point. I'm just saying, even with that, it feels like it's still too much. Because you can use a potion. Potions aren't that great. And they definitely don't feel very worth for the amount of work you have to do for them. Um, Taking that into mind. So that's kind of where I feel like I go with it, is I kind of go to, I think, if I'm being realistic at this moment in time, I would say I think they maybe. Because, like, here's the thing, to get crystals, you either have to find the right alchemist or you have to find the right golem, right? And you got to kill him over and over and over and over again to get your crystals. Or you have to get lucky with when you break the shiny rocks. But either way, to be able to grow more is a pain. And yeah, I just think at the very least, I feel like the recipe for the level 1, the blood rose, the thunder light blossom, the thunder blossom, and the azure fern just is slightly too much. Either, but I think that that's still fine potentially for the ones above that. Just, I don't know, because at least a base, you know. maybe it's that you can craft a recipe. I could see doing that. Especially with if you get the alchemist bench, right? To be assured that you have a chance at getting the recipes. But they can still be expensive. You can have like level 1 potentially costs like 10 of whatever petals they are, whether they're the blood petals, the azure petals, or the thunder petals, right? Then for the next tier up, that could be like 50 to 100. Or, you could do 100 because obviously 100 is what you use to get to the next level of the farmers thing, right? They really wanted to lean into there. Potentially. I'm just saying, and then you could just do for the next level again like that as a way to potentially um give some ways for it to work. Because I think you can still have it be expensive that way, but it doesn't completely make it so you can't ever really find the recipes. Like I've broken a good example is with the blood leaf. I have broken so many blood leaves at this point. Heck, with the blood roses themselves. I had already broken I don't even know how many at that point when I finally got lucky enough to find one. Definitely more than 20. Um, I think it was closer to like 100 to almost 200. And I just kept having to break the roses and get lucky on it. I hope that I get lucky on it for the recipe. Only to realize just how expensive the recipe is, because I didn't actually look at that part and be like, so what was the point in all that other work? I mean, it wasn't 100, it was more like ish. Or between 40 to 80. And the point being, to get a recipe was a bit ridiculous. I think, heck, I think maybe even just have it be like, yeah, if you break it normal, that's 5% chance. But if you break it with the clippers, you could have like a 50% chance as well, would be fine. Still don't have it guaranteed, or even just a 25% chance. It's not a guaranteed number, right? But it makes it more plausible to be able to do within the at least starting island. You don't have to keep going outward further and further and further and hope you get what you're looking for. Rather, hope you get lucky to get what you're looking for. I think that's kind of where I end up going with it. I don't feel like I should have had to travel to at least two, if not three, different like continent islandy things, right? To potentially even possibly get certain things. Because realistically speaking, this goes back to the whole idea. Like if this was played multiplayer or single player, that is just the amount of grind required for it is just a bit ridiculous. But again, I don't think necessarily. I think you could just have it be grindy for that level 1. That's fine. I'm not gonna say like I like it, but I would honestly think it's at least okay. So that's kind of where I end up going, and that's just me breaking that down there. Realistically speaking, and how I feel with it. And honestly, it says quite a bit that I didn't even realize they're used in potions. That's how little I looked at the actual potions. So yeah, I think that's where I end up going with it. I like it. I don't mind the concept of it. Um being difficult to find necessarily, but I do think that it's a little silly after a certain point. Um and yeah, I do end up going to I think the reasonable way to kind of do it would be to have it be either up the percentage chance or to have it be a more consistent way to get it. Like I said, I think it can still be expensive or slightly difficult to get. I just think, realistically speaking, I mean, how many people do realize that there even is much to the potions or making potions? Considering I haven't had a single person who's played the game so far tell me, oh, you can use them in potions. I think that says a lot. I don't know if they are or not. Hopefully they'll adjust how the potions work so that they're actually slightly better. But yeah, I mean, it feels like a junk item. But point being, I don't think they're gonna do it anytime soon or do anything with it. But like I said, I do hope at some point they might maybe think about a concept possibility, teeny weeny itsy bitty possibility that at least something could be addressed with that. It does feel a little bit frustrating. Other than that, I do gotta finish. Kitty is looking at me, and now he's not looking at me. But yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful day slash night slash whatever it is for you. I hope to see you tomorrow for some Minecraft. So, cause we're just gonna do some chill. We're gonna do some Minecraft, and yeah. I hope you guys have a wonderful night slash whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thanks for sticking around, and yeah. Bye bye.